the population, what would you?
Well, we are talking hypothetical here, and there are many other options which would come for us before an ANC-DA coalition. So we're not looking at that, and we're not discussing any form of coalition, because what we have to do is look at the board, look at every option there is, and take the least bad option. But I can't talk about coalitions now, because A, I'm not empowered to do that, it's not my decision, and we have processes in the DA that takes decisions.
And what's your general comment on the DA's performance so far?
I'm very happy with it. I think we've recovered from our big setback in 2019, and to go forward even a few percentage points is hundreds of thousands of additional votes.
You think the result is going to hold, or it might change?
It's going to change still. This is very early days, and the result changes all the time. And the metros are still coming in, so the metros are where we have our strong support. But I'm confident that we will go forward from 2019, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just want to go and say hi.
My guest is supposed to be CSI Law. My guests are in studio, they are waiting there. But am I not supposed to have the guests on the screen? Yeah, but we're going to be speaking to CSI about numbers, guys. Yes, we're going to be speaking about their predictions. It's actually bookmarked there. On the screen from input. Yeah, you can sit. So am I not standing at the screen and they're sitting on the chair? I'm just sitting with them. That's what they're saying right now. Yes. My guest is way after them. It's not now. Am I leaving to Kenny? Because I thought you were overseas, international. You are here, I'll see.
Oh, yes, I'm a seafood. Who's going to link to me the end? Who's going to link it up? Huh? No, but who is the person studio adding it up? So that when I do, what if
No. Come. You're not here for long.
Yeah.
At least it indicates that I was there.
And I was yes. Okay, you want another stuff like this. Is there a camera when I talk? Because he's a journalist. Is there a camera on the floor that can be
No, we don't have.
I'm going to interview a journalist from Tanzania now because it's more of a media story. If there's a camera here, in terms of the cutaway, up here, while we are talking or discussing, because we're going to talk about the media interest, can you get the visuals of journalists? Because where we are, there's a line of cameras, but I don't know whether there's a camera up here that's always available that can just zoom into media, just to make the story relevant in terms of visuals. So I can't share you because I don't have props, but that's what I'm suggesting because there's huge media interest and the visuals are really nice. Where are we going to take it? Oh, okay, Taki, I was saying, I'm going to do the interview with international journalists. So when you look at the visuals, if there's a camera up here or somewhere that's able to zoom into media, can you do that in between when I'm talking to you? Because we're going to talk about the media interest before I get into the yeah? MK. The MK, we know that it was the military wing of the African National Congress when they were underground, when they were in exile, and one critical country where the MK used to operate was Tanzania. We know that they had a base in Morogoro, and I think I have invited SABC correspondent from Tanzania, who is here covering the elections for people in Tanzania and around the world to know what's happening in South Africa. And as I pointed out, when you look at the governing party leading political problems KwaZulu-Natal, where the former president of the ANC has decided to contest elections, President then Jacob Zuma, and the man who stayed in exile has been to countries such as Tanzania. But let's talk to Isaac Buchanan in terms of his views and observations in relation to elections in South Africa. There's huge interest in terms of the international media, including the international community. Many countries are watching these elections, investors are watching these elections. But let's hear the media. Isaac, welcome to South Africa. You have arrived in the country, and since arrival, you've been able to hear at the results center. You have been able to go out yesterday, polling stations. Your observation, particularly from media perspective, before we get into the arrangements of the electoral commission of this country. I am sure Chama a friend to the ANC, will be watching what's happening in South Africa. Particularly when you look at in the Senate region, we've seen a drift from liberation organizations to other parties. When you look at a country like Malawi, Zambia, Lesotho, to name the few, the liberation organizations in the Southern region will be watching what's happening.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. CCM, Chama Cha Mapinduzi, the ruling party in the has a key interest in what's going on in the South of Africa. And this will be the case with the So the interesting thing that you here is that so obviously there is something that they might get a which will from doing anyways. It's mostly the ability to rectify some mistakes. So as the end put it on Tanzania,
What a coincidence, the true opposition of ANC is from inside. When you look at formation of a particular party, some waiting time, you look at the formation of the economic freedom fighters, these are the children of the ANC, and now the former leader of the ANC is
Tell him that one is coming down this way.
Start seeing what are emerging trends
But the numbers are coming in very slowly now. At some point in the morning, there was quite a lot of momentum, and it seemed as if MK might end up at about 250,000 by this time. But I mean, I know that voting has been quite slow. It's not, to me at least, it's not entirely surprising because I do research. And I was in KwaZulu-Natal in February where I did 6 focus groups. I came back out of that study knowing that the ANC would be in trouble in KZN in this election. Maybe not to this extent, but what gave me a window was when I was doing a focus group in the lower South Coast, which is an ANC stronghold, and the ANC was being outnumbered in that focus group in terms of people who intended to vote for MK. And it's been amazing at how MK has managed to filter its message to ordinary people. And the message really is propaganda. It's propaganda in the sense that they make things that are not realistic, believable, and turned into a reality, like a 2/3 majority. They were never going to get a 2/3 majority, but people began to believe. Like they talk about, you know, the ANC of Ramaphosa. There's one ANC, there's no ANC of Ramaphosa, but that propaganda machinery has really been excellent for MK. So I'm not entirely, surprised, but what is beginning to show up in KZN is that MK is probably eating from everybody, lunch, dinner, breakfast, and some dessert from the EFF. I mean, if you look at the EFF, they have been stagnant around that 5,000 votes cast. And this is significant because the EFF got 360,000 votes thereabout in 2019. Of course, the urban vote is not necessarily all in, and it's going to be interesting to see how MK performs in those urban settings.
And speaking about, what we are noting about the ANC in particularly, looking like it's too early to note, but it could not make majority. And if it gets to a point where you see that the ANC is not going to win majority and will have to start forming coalitions, who do you think they should start talking to right now at this point?
Well, I think there's already some flirting happening. So what I've been actually interested in is the high caliber of politicians that have come to the Rock just at 20% of the count. It doesn't necessarily happen that way, that you've already seen the chairperson of the ANC, Gwede Mantashe, here. I've seen now Helen Zille of the DA is here. The IFP has deployed its national spokesperson. Michael Beaumont of Action SA is here. And I can count. So it tells you that there is a need, because this is where it starts. This is where feelers get put out and get started. But it may well be too early to think about who do you go flat with, because the coalition arrangement or the arrangement of numbers and outcomes in Gauteng province will be different to the numbers arrangement in KwaZulu-Natal. So the talk about a national coalition must also actually consider provincial coalitions, because the most stable coalition is what I call a global coalition that will be effective at all the three, at the province of KwaZulu-Natal, province of Gauteng, and nationally. And for that to happen, it introduces a very, very difficult and probably complex conversation.
And with that being said, I think my final question is, everyone I think is nervous because the outcome of this election could be in any direction. The days of us being able to easily predict who the winner is going to be are gone. What particularly makes this election interesting 30 years into our democracy as South Africa, and what is at stake here?
I think a number of things make this election interesting. In the first instance, when President Ramaphosa came into power in 2019, with all this zeal of send me, tuma mina, the Ramaphoria that was there, it's the sheer disappointment that he has not delivered in the kind of change that he was expected to. Instead, we've seen worse indicators under his leadership. The issue of power blackouts, the issue of unemployment, the issue of cost of living, the issue of interest rates, the issue of the exchange rate of the currency exchange. Those have then been compounded by COVID-19, corruption in COVID-19, July riots, floods and the response thereto. And some instances, people feel these things, government could have responded better. So I think that's what has been at stake here. Some level of excitement and euphoria that President Ramaphosa would be an antidote to former President Jacob Zuma, only for him to actually have some very poor outcomes, poorer than the tenure of President Jacob Zuma. But I think this is a breakthrough moment for South Africa. This is a breakthrough election because it finally tests the South African election. We know in some countries how liberation movements have behaved when they are threatened with the loss of power. At least we have seen an ANC that has not really tried to tamper with the election. They've not tried to remove electoral officers. You've seen in some countries, a president will fire the chief electoral officer just on the eve of elections because they are trying to manipulate the integrity of the Independent Electoral Commission itself. So those have been encouraging that there's been a space for South Africans to believe that they can truly cast their votes and make their choices, and that their votes would count without being manipulated. There may have been glitches. That's the first test. The second test is at the level of the outcome. Once the party has lost power, what is its message to its members, its voters, and to society for purposes of social stability, for purposes of peace, and for purposes of ushering in a new government? What assists in this equation is that the ANC still has a plausible possibility of being part of that coalition government, and therefore cannot claim that it is, entirely shipped out of power.
My very last question, should we be worried about MK and Zoo? Because there's a chance that in the biggest provinces, they will become part of the king-making decision.
I don't think you should be worried about them per se as entities. I think we should be cautious about the people they are going to send to parliament. Some of the characters really who are on those lists, I mean, you look at Des Van Rooyen, former minister in Zuma's government, but really did not deliver much, whether he was a weekend minister for finance or his tenure at cooperative governance and traditional affairs. You look at people like Duduzile Zuma, daughter to former President Jacob Zuma. Nobody can really vouch what they maybe have run in previously. In some of the provincial lists, you actually struggle to get the track records of some of the personnel there who may actually, in another universe, become members of the executive committee in government in those provinces. So I think I worry about the quality. There's still a lot of worry about the intention of the party. The party is really a response to internal political, factional dynamics within the ANC, rather than a response to the challenges and that face the people of South Africa. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Sharp. All right. Okay,
Yes, in front. This you can stand this side. Yeah, there.
You're going to look at me. Okay. Counting the questions. Two, I promise. And if I'm nice, you'll amuse me with one more.
Just a sec, as I sort out my focus, please.
So within the party, how do I make a member of MK?
Yes, I sit in the coordination executive.
Okay. So the executive of MK party. Can we do a quick test?
Sounds.
Okay. Do you want to count to 5?
1, 2, 3, 5.
Another test, please, Sissy Goat.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Fantastic. And
Okay.
recording.
Okay. Cool.
Roll.
Good. Okay, cool. Tutusile, thank you so much for talking to us. I think my first question is, are you surprised in any way with the numbers that we're seeing? There's about 2 million votes that have been counted so far. Did you expect this reception?
We were obviously gunning for 2/3 majority, so we were expecting something, So but we are happy what we have, and we're grateful to the voters for going out to vote.
And I mean, the voters seem to have trust in MK and the change that you're going to bring. Just elaborate for us, I mean, what does the party stand for, and what are you putting out as a message to voters who have voted for you?
I think people wanted to see what the ANC could not implement, which is the land issue, free education, and the unemployment rate, which has increased drastically. So I think they saw what President Zuma could do before and trust they could do it again. So yeah, that's where we are.
And my last question, you could be a member of parliament. I mean, if things
Oh, that's
really go your way.
Yeah.
This is your test in politics.
Well,
Tell us, who is Tutusile and what are you bringing as a member of parliament? Because it's a lot of pressure. You're going to be representing the whole country in that instance. I mean, are you ready for the challenge? And also, what are you bringing to the table and what are you going to ensure when you get into government, whether local or national? What are you going to do for the people?
Well, obviously, it's like my first kind of rodeo in the politics space in terms of getting into parliament. Reluctantly so, but obviously the people have some faith in me, which I'm happy for. And really, for us, what we bring to the table is basically trying to make sure that the mandate that people have given us we fulfill. So that's what we're going to be doing when we get into parliament.
And so, are you looking for? Is the former president going to be here? What is he expecting?
He will pop in at some point.
What has he told you?
Yeah. He's going to pop into the Senate at some time. Yeah, he's just excited. I mean, this is historical what's happening. Never been done. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Great. All the best.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay, cool.
What's move that way?
Como está?
Muito obrigada.
You see?
Estou em casa aqui. Sim. No. It doesn't extend that much. Muito obrigado. Tchau.
Thank you, brother. Quando é que vai ser isso aqui? Ou de DFS?
DFS estão sentados na frente.
Onde?
Está vendo essas filas, essas coisas aqui? Essas filas lá à frente, quase à frente. Está vendo um tempo paralelo quase à frente, acho que segunda, terceira.
Mas eles estão ali. Olha aquela moça ali. Mas é para chamar para aqui?
Christoph is asking to because can you do something? Give him a shot of 2 steps.
There's nothing happening.
Yeah. Like just people working.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like talking, just move around the room. You know, just give it some vibrancy.
Okay, cool.
And then
Okay. Was a bit soft. Okay. Alright. Ciao. M Sport. You come to the right.
All right.
So the focus, you said that you watch the focus. All right, cool. No worries. Hello.
Volume up.
How are you?
Volume
Can you position slightly to the left?
Where?
No, him.
Yeah.
Say, can you
Okay.
just
Volume up.
yeah, this.
No
Thank you.
problem.
I'm just,
I've just got two. I've got two.
I won't be driving at home.
Make sure we focus. Audio levels are great.
okay. My focus is spot on.
Okay, can we do audio check quickly? Rest in peace.
Yeah.
May you rest in peace.
Audio check, please.
Okay. Can I just get your name and surname, please?
Quite a montage. Quite a montage.
I'm recording. Let's go for it.
Minister, from the votes that have been counted so far, maybe so over 2 million, what is your impression on what you see on the leaderboard at this point?
What is important is that you are at just under 1 million. It means that many possibilities will happen there. If we accelerate in the votes that will come in, we may actually breach the 50% mark. If we slow down, we'll drop further. So what is important is that we're over 43% now, and which is a good start for the day.
A lot of people are talking that the ANC will be forced to go into coalition depending on the outcome of this election. Are you ready for a coalition, and what conversations are you having right now as a party?
Journalists, business have imposed this idea of a coalition on us. We are waiting for the results. We want to win with outright majority. A coalition is not a plan, it is a consequence. We'll deal with that consequence when it happens.
My last question is, a lot of people were frustrated at the polls yesterday. I mean, many of the issues were as a result of, unfortunate incidents by the IEC. But I think a lot of people from on the ground, were very dissatisfied with the ANC. And I mean, it's a thorn and an issue that the party has been dealing with. Now that we have voted, do you think that it's going to reflect on the outcome of the election?
If there were many people who are unhappy with the ANC, numbers would be telling us that. At this point in time, we're just under 1 million. There is not one party that is close to those numbers. So this the serious dissatisfaction with the ANC has no evidence in the numbers. So let's wait for those numbers and talk to them and deal with them as we finish.
If you don't get outright majority, what is the next step for the ANC?
That is a consequence which we will have to deal with when it happens. You never plan for consequences. You plan for a strategy that we have developed. We plan for outright majority. That remains the plan. If there is something different, it will be a consequence and we will deal with it.
So there's no stress amongst the ruling party at this stage?
Stress, why should we be stressful? There are elections, we contested, everybody contested. A person who is having 900 votes and a person who has 900,000 votes, all of them contested in the same space, lobbied the same people. So why should we stress?
Mr. Matasha, thank you very much.
And goes.
That was spot on. Sound, focus.
Do you have a white sheet of paper? Can I have, please?
Okay. Okay. That should be fine.
It's fine.
Manual. Hello? This is one of my power source. Yeah, this is one of my power source.
Can you plug the charger here, please?
Good?
Yeah, yeah.
Don't want water, you fine?
Do you have time for that? Maybe coffee? Do it then we can relax. Okay, that's fine. Oh, you're done. Okay, thanks for the power and everything, man. Lifeline. Okay. green. This is green for you.
I think it may be translating, we know it's not, it may be translating very different on here.
Yeah.
So let's just try to stop. So what do you need to be able to hear and find? At 4 o'clock you're going to start speaking now. So that needs to be live.
If that needs to be live, it means I have to go back to the room and connect the live from there. Because for me,
Bring
huh?
it.
Okay.
Bring it and then we'll do the balance when you're back.
Okay. Okay. Because from here, I don't have the live feed into the live feed from here.
Short looks great now, thank you. Thanks. You say Tonda needs to disconnect.
And go to the room to plug in the live view. Because from here, it does not have a long cable to feed. From here, from where I'm standing, we don't have feed. Okay.
Where are you getting the feed from?
From the room 71.
So there's a feed that's
There's a feed that's there, but it can't reach this side. So I have to physically take this unit there. Sure. Okay.
Is it yours? This thing? Okay, we have ours.
Yeah.
We should
No,
have
no,
taken it a long time ago.
No, it's not about the power.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you need your thing. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's the thing. So we need to go fetch ours. No problem.
Thank you.
Telling them you need to disconnect.
Yes. You can do that in like a minute.
So you're gonna take the whole thing?
No, the only thing that I'm taking is this.
To connect it to the line.
Yes.
They just reconnected the RLX. Do you need this thing there? Okay, so we can hand it back to you.
Yeah.
Welcome. The last ballot was cast in the early hours in the Arcadia Swembat voting station in Tshwane, thus marking the conclusion of voting in the national and provincial elections 2024. True to its undertaking, the Commission assisted all voters that were in the queue at 2100 hours. Just after midnight, the Commission announced the first result. This was in a voting district in the Winnie Madikizela Mandela municipality in the Eastern Cape. For all intents and purposes, counting procedures have now been concluded with only a few voting stations reported to still be counting at around 3. The process of the results compilation entails ensuring accuracy and validation of those results. This process involves scanning each result slip to create an image of that slip, a double-blind capture of each result, auditing of the result slip by independent auditors. The result system has also been externally audited, and political parties and candidates who desired had occasion to also audit the result system. By 1600 hours, results had been concluded for 22.6% of the 23,292 voting districts, which represents 2.3 million votes cast. As a result is considered complete only when a result slip has been scanned into an image, captured onto the result system, audited by independent auditors, and has gone through the automated results exception parameters. The rate of result capture is as follows. The Gauteng province has captured 28%, Limpopo 26%, Northwest 36%. The leading pack is Northern Cape at 63%, the Free State 56%, KwaZulu-Natal 23%, Mpumalanga Province 42%, the Eastern Cape 58%, and the Western Cape 57%. So that is a status as it relates to capturing, not necessarily auditing and exception handling. The Electoral Commission thanks the real heroes of the 2024 national and provincial elections. These are South Africans who stood in the queues and electoral staff who worked tirelessly to process the votes. The commitment and patience shown by the voters and electoral staff demonstrate their commitment to our electoral democracy. The process to finalize results of each voting station unfolds as follows. Once the results have been counted and finalized, the presiding officer and party agents will, in the presence of observers, sign the result slip, which will then be placed in a tamper evident bag and transported to the local capturing site. At the results capturing center, a check and a balance process will ensue. This includes checking that the result slip is in the correct form, has details of the voting stations and those of the presiding officer, as well as the voting station unique barcode. It is then captured onto the system using the double-blind capture method. Using the barcode, the result slip is then scanned and the results are electronically matched with the appropriate voting district. External auditors will then audit the results to ensure that it is captured correctly. The results are then taken through the Commission's exceptions parameters, and if an exception is flagged, the result is investigated and taken through the recapture process if necessary. Once the results pass that test, it then becomes final and available to political parties, independent candidates, and yourselves as the media. Once the results are all captured and finalized, the Commission will undertake the seat calculation process based on a prescribed formula in the Electoral Act. The full list of new public representatives will be handed over to the Chief Justice once the seat assignment is concluded. While this process is proceeding well, it is important to reflect that historically, in the first 24 hours, 80% of the results would have been finalized. However, the process in the 2024 elections has been slowed down by the third ballot, particularly in metropolitan areas. According to the Electoral Act, the Commission has 7 days within which to announce the results. We have always been able to declare and announce the results well within this period and will endeavor to do so even on this occasion. I thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO Mamabulo. I'm going to open the floor for questions. And please, if someone has already asked the question, I realized yesterday that we repeat ourselves, but let's try and keep it in. I'm going to start, let's do blocks. Blocks I think works better for us. I'm going to start block 1, block 2, and then end up with block 3. May I request Asharas to make sure that we're not losing any hand. I'm going to start this side. Busi, can you start there? And then once you are done, the mic will come to this block. I don't see any other eyes. Are there hands at the back? All right, beautiful. I can see you. Thank you. Can we have some volume with Busi's mic? Can we please, can we have another mic? Borrow us another mic.
Thank you. Testing. Thank you. Busi Chimambe, SABC News. A quick one. I just wanted to find out, when you talk about exceptions parameters that will, please can you tell us what those comprise of?
Thank you. It's Natasha Piri here from SABC News. I just want to find out if any objections have been raised with voting yesterday. I know a lot of political parties had raised their concerns over the VMD systems, power cuts at some voting stations. And then, in regards to the second objection, in terms of the results, can you just please also talk us through that process for clarity-seeking processes? Thank you.
The hand at the back, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. It's James Kemp here from Pretoria FM. You referred to, or rather the CEO referred to certain voting stations where votes are still being counted. Is that in specific areas, and what was the reason for the delay that there's still votes being counted at this stage?
Thank you very much. Can we move to this block, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rebecca Davis, Daily Maverick. Can you tell us, was anyone turned away from voting? Secondly, what percentage of presiding officers had experience previously in elections, if you know? And thirdly, we heard at least one account of a presiding officer yesterday being fired on the spot in KZN. How many presiding officers were fired yesterday? Thank you.
Good evening, Paul Vecchiato from Bloomberg. Can you give us some indication on any objections to the vote counting whereabouts? So in other words, the observers asking for recounts again. How many times have you seen this? What the impact that is on the final vote count? Thank you.
I'm Itumeleng from The Citizen. Firstly, I'd like to ask, based on the comments of ANC Chairperson Gwede Mantashe, that the strong numbers in KZN are because of tribal votes. Are we able to tell what nationalities of people voted, in those elections? And then I'd also like to ask about Orania and the Northern Cape. Is there diversity of votes there? Thank you.
Hi, Mohammed Hussein from News 24. Could you tell us, there's been multiple reports of voters being turned away from voting stations despite having updated their details and received confirmation of that change. But when they appeared at the specific voting stations, officials told them their details were not reflected on the IEC systems. Thanks.
My name is Norman Masungwini.
We're taking the last one from this block.
Norman Masungwini from City Press.
Okay.
Now that the voting is controlled, you've started counting. Can you share with us in terms of the voter turnout, the numbers, what are we looking at? And when you compare to 2019, would you call it a success and why? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. May we pause? On that note, we'll take the last questions from third block when we come back. CEO, can we respond to the first block of questions? And then we take the last round, which will be the last block. Chairperson Ntate Musotumiepia, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, friends, countrymen, countrywomen, ladies and gentlemen. It is good to see you with the hand that you lend to this process. We know that this election you would, like us, want to see concluded well. I'm not going to deal with all the questions. There are certain kinds of questions that obviously will be dealt with by the CEO, but there are others that members of the Commission would need to deal with. And those are the ones that I intend dealing with. But perhaps the last question that deals with voter turnout. And I imagine, my brother, you've been accredited as the media. They would be available to you because every result has. The point we made last night, and I want to underscore that point because it's an important point that you raise. Every result that's on the board will tell you a complete story. It will tell you how many voters are registered there, how many valid votes were counted, what were the spoiled ones, and what was the voter turnout. It is not the same from one place to the other. At the end of this exercise, we are going to deal with voter turnout as a composite number. But for now, you would be able to say, with the results that have been finalized, what proportion of those results do have, and what is their voter turnout. The questions I want to deal with as well are the issues relating to objections. As you know, there are objections that were raised throughout the day at the voting stations with presiding officers. Those objections have been dealt with by the presiding officers. There are a few that members or whoever objected or raised that objection say, well, I have heard my objection has been fully dealt with, or I'm not satisfied with this. Those kinds of objections are being sent to the Commission, and we have received those. We are, in fact, spending time dealing with them. but I must indicate they're very insignificant in number. This is not dealing with other categories of objections that ordinarily the law provides must be raised before 2100 hours tomorrow. The third issue that I thought I would deal with, and Kolobe, I think this is an issue that I thought I should just deal with because I'm here. It's the comment, citizen, that you raised about our comment on the ANC chairperson and diversity of votes in Orania. I think on the first one, I certainly don't have. We have been very tough, and I think the best person would be the ANC chairperson, in truth. But we haven't had, and I think it would not be correct. I think people vote where they are ordinarily resident. We don't do, and there is no requirement in law for us to go and do an analysis of so-and-so resides there. And, when they reside there, the address, provides that they live in that area. That's really what we do. And so it does not engage, for one area of the country, diversity, and in another area, no diversity. Those are the ones I thought I should deal with.
In the question related to exceptions, there are a different genre of objections which are system generated. There are exceptions that relate to voter turnout. In other words, the system sets a certain parameter to say if there's turnout of more than 100%, as an example, it will be an exception that requires an investigation. Secondly, the second genre is if a party gets 200 votes on the provincial ballot and get 2 votes on the national ballot. It doesn't mean it's necessarily incorrect, but it calls for caution. Hence, it raises an objection. The stations at which counting was happening at around 3 include those that had voted until much late, including Arcadia, Swembad, including places such as Johannesburg's City Hall, Durban City Hall, and the like. So those are some of the stations that had a huge counting endeavor to make. Remember that the quantum to count at those stations is influenced by 2 factors. One, the fact that those stations are counting 3 ballots, and 2, that there's a high turnout. So when in the past it would have taken, let's say, 2 hours to conclude the counting, in the present case it would take 3.5 hours and so on. So those really, I presume that at this stage the counting process may in fact be concluded. Were any voters turned away? Indeed, there may be instances where voters may be turned away for a myriad of reasons. It may be that they were not at the correct voting station. In terms of the Electoral Act, you vote where you are registered unless you had a Section 24A approved. In instances where a person had a proof that they had applied for a Section 24A, those were investigated if they were brought to the attention, and where a ballot was due, it was given. recounts are not necessarily authorized by the Commission unless the result slip had been concluded. But if still within the confines of a voting station, party agents together with the presiding officer will find one another on the necessity or otherwise for recounts. However, if in the process of investigating an exception, it becomes necessary to order a recount, it can also be reordered by the Commission, but in the context of finalizing a result in the system. I think all questions are answered. Thank you.
I'm going to go to block 3 for the last questions for this press briefing.
Thank you, Kate. Faith Daniels from ENCA. I'd like to find out just a sentiment from the IEC if you are satisfied with how things progressed yesterday and the counting at the moment, given the fact that you are being criticized by members of the public and political party agents, saying that things really should have run smoother. And we were well aware of the third ballot and the fact that that would have some sort of impact. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Olufunto and I work for International IDEA. Just a quick question on the role of the auditors in the results management process. If you could throw more light on that and specifically to let us know, does the IEC cover the cost of those auditors in the process? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Diane Hawker from Deutsche Welle. The question relates to the IEC staff and the training that they received. A lot of the complaints that we've been hearing from members of the public and also issues witnessed on election day, it did seem like there were issues in terms of the understanding by staff in different voting stations as to what should happen if the machines didn't work. Some people were told, no, we can't continue, or in some stations we heard of voting stopping completely when it shouldn't have. Is the IEC concerned, or does it have any comment on the level of training that it gave its staff ahead of this election?
That's about it. I request Peladi. Are you done, Ceci?
Sorry, can I ask a question, please? Rachel Savage from The Guardian.
I can't hear you. Can you just raise your voice properly?
Rachel Savage from The Guardian. I was wondering if I could ask a follow-up question about turnout. Is the IEC able to give us a more precise projection of final turnout, and can you say for sure whether turnout increased compared to the 2019 national elections? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, please let us not repeat the questions. I'm only going to take the questions from the online platform as we wrap up. CEO, I see a lot of waving at the back. Peladi, do you have any online questions, please?
We've got 2 questions online. One is from Bongam Tembu from Lokshin FM. The IEC has vowed to take action after 474 out of 500 registered parties failed to submit audited financial statements. What actions will the IEC take against those parties going forward? And the last one is from Ndivuo Mlaudzi, Future Stars Media. There had been reports of large number of voters being turned away just after 9 p.m., especially in the metropolitan areas. Has the Commission been aware of that? If so, what measures are being done to hold those accountable? 2, were more resources allocated to voting stations that had no longer turnout, that had no longer turnout of voters? I think, yeah.
Say that again, Peladi, sorry.
Yeah, I think
okay,
there's
read it
a
slowly,
typo
let's
here.
hear.
So
What
it
measures?
says where more resources allocated to voting stations that had, I think it's lower turnout of voters,
Okay.
not longer. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we get you. CEO?
Thank you for those important questions, and we appreciate them. A critique of the Commission and our view. Our view is that we should never be defensive. Is that we are going to listen to and observe the things that are being raised and deal with them from where they are raised in the best interest of the work we do and the work that this country expects that all of us will do. We note, though, that there is critique that is fair and critique that is not fair. But at this point, it doesn't really matter. And I want to really indicate something I had. I had the opportunity this morning to hear parties that are contesting, answering journalists on television about where they are at. And they truly captured that moment well, not just for themselves, but for everyone who at this point is working hard in this election. Some of them said this is the most anxious moment for them. And they said, we want this work to conclude so that we know the outcome. That's where the Commission is at. We are not looking at who's saying what and who's doing what. We are looking at, let's focus on this task. Let's get it done in a manner that will provide everyone an opportunity to deal with a complete picture. At the moment, we are trying to deal with a picture that it's half-baked. And in fact, maybe not even half-baked. It is still in the oven. And so we want to ensure it gets out of the oven. We take note of what is being said. The things we can deal with, obviously we will deal with. But criticism, it's not an issue we are going to complain about now. We will deal with. The second issue I want to raise with that is that we have voices that are speaking here, but we have voices that have been speaking consistently in the stations yesterday. As results come in, those voices are seen, party agents, observers and others. And I want to raise this and say, I understand that the first set of observers would issue their results or their observations publicly from tomorrow. I think it's also an important area that one has to appreciate and listen to. But there's also a third area that we need to say. We are still in the period that is regulated by the Electoral Code of Conduct. The election results have not been declared, and the code is clear. It holds true. It is valid until we declare the outcome of the results. And we urge every one of the all political contestants, parties and independents, and their supporters to please be reminded that this matter is just as live as the results that we have to complete. The last issue I wanted to deal with, in fact, I could deal with the other one because it's also straightforward. Projection of voter turnout. May I answer this with an analogy? If you asked a judge, Judge so-and-so, you're going to hear this matter, you've been allocated to hear this matter, or you are hearing this matter, but it's not concluded. What do you think the outcome is going to be? What do you think the judge is going to say? They'll say, no, we don't deal with that matter in that manner. For us, the results can never be like a poll. We can never project. We've got to deal with the real thing. And so I'm asking, and I really want to ask sincerely, to say, where you have the results, you don't even need a projection because that voter turnout is there. But for us, the picture must be complete, and we must then comment on that complete picture. Party funding, someone asked the question. We have failed to take action on political parties, and I think if I understood the question correctly, that matter, that understanding was incorrect from the person asking the question. We have in fact dealt with that matter conclusively, and the political parties that were impacted are dealing with that matter as a consequence of what the courts have directed we should do. I really thank you for these sincere questions, and I want you to know that we are hard at work to conclude this work. You haven't seen us, I imagine, on this floor mostly today, but we have been engaging with these things because we do want to keep our heads focused, to conclude this work, and for us to be completely accountable and open to you on all the questions that do mean a lot to you and mean a lot to us. I thank you very much indeed.
No, Chairperson dealt with it. No, thank you. Thank you very much. The training of staff, staff were trained over a period of 4 days. They had to complete a series of modules, understanding the role of the Commission, understanding the registration process, the counting process, the voting process, and so on. All these are modules that they had to do. They further had to do practicals in terms of how to do the voting station layout, how to configure the ballot box, ballot compartments, and so on. Now, I did indicate that staff were recruited on the basis of an agreed recruitment and selection criteria. That criteria and recruitment and selection criteria were agreed to with political parties in the National Political Liaison Committee. Of necessity, that policy had to take account of the pervasive unemployment in the country, so that those, especially young people who are unemployed, are given an opportunity to work, do something positive for their country, and so on. But of course, when you take people who are unemployed and perhaps with no previous work experience, it does impair a bit the quality of the process that you manage. Hence, our position has always been that you need, in the management echelon of voting stations, experienced staff, people who have done things and so on, and supplement those then with people that may be unemployed. So it is not an either-or scenario, but it's a confluence of those two imperatives that must be brought together. The results auditors, they are appointed by the Commission following a competitive procurement process, but they are independent. It's a consortium consisting of 3 independent audit firms. What does their role entail? Looking at the original result slip from the voting station against what is captured in the system, and they checking if there are discrepancies. And indeed, if there are no discrepancies, each auditor has a unique audit code which they input into the system, confirming the correctness of the result. Only once that has happened is that result relayed into the results database. And because we procure them, we pay for them.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll come back later in the evening when we update on results. I must release the leadership of the Electoral Commission. On our ground, we've got officials that needs their decisions. Commissioners, CEO, you are released. Thank you very much. 8 p.m. press briefing. Thank you very much.
ngivele i-position yami before ibila. Ngisebenze ngaso-position yami but manje sizosibhalisana.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I can just pan to the left. It's okay. It's okay.
No, it's not that we are bullying you.
No.
So,
No.
3 days ago we were using from here. That's why we
The mistake is those guys who let these people.
But it's okay with you.
All right.
Only when they
we had the second shift. And since morning they were here, but I don't know how they let you come through that. So because they know it's 2 cameras.
Okay.
Anyway,
That's
let's
fine.
move some
The sevens are not well.
Okay, it's okay.
You know, you think different.
Yes.
But when it was not like yesterday,
Okay.
so you try to people are then today.
So maybe tomorrow there will be more people.
As long as we are going to the final,
Yeah.
it's going well.
Also, Sharon.
It's okay. It's okay.
So represent this camera.
Yeah. Yes.
And then my sister is
Yeah.
representing.
Yeah. This is. Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
No, no problem. No problem. Go for it, brother. Go for it.
You honor the person right now. Much appreciated.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
And then why is he in front of you? What's going on here?
We're gonna share the space.
Now they are in the middle of our line.
That's what I'm saying. The person who made the mistake is the one who allows you to be because he knows we are using these cameras, 2 cameras. It's so
No, we're gonna share like, when we're not using it.
But we are live right now.
you see how the electrons coming into the show, our show as well. Because these guys, the 8 guys, they made a mistake. They were supposed to explain to
On
you
Monday,
that-
Tuesday, that's why we have to take and rest our sets here.
The two
we
put them in this position Monday. And you be working here. So now these guys,
That's why we have to
they made a mistake. They should have explained to you that
Just pan.
we are here.
Just pan because yeah, just pan. Okay.
So that's why I'm saying
It's okay.
we're gonna share.
It's okay.
I think your life is another story.
It's okay. I can move around. It's all right.
Yabona manje zasekuseni yiko bayizile uba noma ruphi nalo shot. Kwenza kanjani into shot? Ngoba we reserve these 2 flowers. You see.
Oh, okay.
One here, just here, one on. So the guy gave me a thing. And I believe there was still more space to go this side.
There was still more space to
Yeah,
go
but
that
they didn't
side.
explain to you. That's why you set up here.
I
But
was
then you set up here right where you set up. Because
I was actually
we leave the camera there 24/7.
I was actually sitting with them. They were here.
But they didn't say anything. I know them. They do those 2 short ones. I know them.
Okay.
They are also short. You know, maybe they're not when you stop your mind, they're very short. But you know, we have to share.
We
live being all of us.
We will share. We will make it happen.
And it's today and tomorrow and then it ends on Sunday or Saturday. So we all need to grab this information.
Yes, that's
And it happens once
for 5
at the
minutes.
same time.
Unzani?
So
Yeah, this one we told them. Yeah. Because they tell us this sign the post
we saw them.
Yeah.
This is because they were operating this tonight. Or you from Shai Shai? No,
Center line.
No man. Jesus. He's coming now.
Where?
Where do you want to put it? We can come back. Move back.
We can move back, we can go in the middle, we can change the position.
Okay, change the position.
Okay.
Let's put it on.
Okay.
Is this space okay?
Let me just move. Let me move. I can move to somewhere else. It's okay.
Was this space? Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Yeah. Sound?
Can I give you an auto check?
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Sound check.
We're looking at me.
Looking at you.
Am I fine to be here or not, sir? Okay. Happy?
You need to record?
Please do.
Recording?
Yep.
Let's go for it.
Okay. Excuse me, I think my first question is, from the votes that have been counted so far, could we say that we are likely to have a coalition government for sure?
Well, I'm absolutely prepared to say that not only will we have a coalition government, but based on a series of very sophisticated projections which always happen after South African elections, we will have the ANC below 45%. And so that means not only a coalition, but one in which the ANC really may have to stretch across the aisle to one of the big parties in order to make the majority. And I think that constitutes a seismic shift in South African politics.
And I mean, I know you're not an economist yourself, but do you think, there's a lot of talk about investors, the markets, and how this change in government is going to affect the country. How do we move forward in this different scenario?
Well, I would say to investors, just hang tight. Don't get lost in either euphoria or hysteria. I think no matter what kind of coalition we see, many of the fundamentals that underlie South Africa will remain true. Our independent judiciary, our vociferous media and civil society. And even if there's a coalition of the left or a coalition of the right, I firmly believe that a number of the policy positions that the ANC has adopted are fundamentally popular, even if the ANC itself isn't anymore. And we may see tinkering with policy margins, but I don't go in for the view that South Africa will become a completely different place overnight. I think caution and calm and watching how things unfold is much better than a hysterical reaction.
Can I ask if you can just project a bit higher because of the noise? I think my second question after that is, who is likely then to become ANC's partner from what we're seeing on the leaderboard right now?
Well, it's very difficult to say, but what we do know now is that the ANC is in a trilemma. It must either choose its sworn enemy, the DA, or it must choose its sworn enemy, the EFF, or its sworn enemy, the MK party of Jacob Zuma. It cannot choose none of those options. And so the ANC will have to decide whether it goes with its historical partners in the EFF and MK, or whether it takes an unprecedented step of reaching across the aisle of South African politics in a grand coalition with the DA. Any one of those coalitions is politically unprecedented, but it remains to be seen to what extent that represents a true policy shift in South Africa.
And with this, very seismic shift and significant change in how we're going to see this country post these elections, what does the fate of Ramaphosa look like as we speak and post the election cycle?
It's a crucial question, and I think Cyril Ramaphosa sits as a much diminished figure as we watch this completely incredible election unfold. He is now the ANC president who has presided over the biggest and fastest decline in support. He is a president that no longer commands a majority in parliament, and he's a president that is significantly weakened. And I think the immediate question which comes to my mind is whether he's considering his position, because I think he is in a very, very difficult position as president of the country now with these shock results.
Could this mean that the ANC will have to recall Ramaphosa, and if they make that decision, which would be big in and of itself, who will take over from him?
Well, now we see the difficult position that the ANC is in, because as unpopular as the ANC is, President Ramaphosa is slightly more popular. So do they stick with him despite the fact that he's wounded, or do they take the risk of another leader? The fact of the matter is, though, that ANC politicians will be looking towards the future. President Ramaphosa can't have another term as ANC president, and so his political capital, in my view, can only wane from this point. So the ANC will have to decide, do they act quickly and try to restore capital in another figure, or do they persist with Ramaphosa, who will be a wounded figure, who faces his own questions of corruption in the Phala Phala scandal itself?
Gwede Mantashe earlier on said that they haven't started any talks about coalitions because that's not an option for them. They are still going for a 2/3 majority. If conversations about coalitions have started, who do you think, which parties have started talking to each other?
Well, Gwede Mantashe has said a lot of things in this election, and that's one of the more incredible. I think everyone is talking, and everyone has been talking. I'm sure that the ANC is talking to the MK party, even though they pretend to be mortal enemies. I'm sure the ANC is talking to the EFF, and I'm sure the ANC is talking to the DA. The only question now is which of those talks will reach success, and that remains to be seen. But there's no doubt that the ANC is forced now to have uncomfortable conversations.
So you are ruling out any coalition options between the smaller parties and the ANC, or is it going to be the ANC versus the bigger parties?
At a national level, I'm fairly certain in my prediction of 42% for the ANC, 43 at the highest. And what that would mean is that there's no smaller party that the ANC could cajole into an alliance. The IFP won't get it over the line, and everyone after that is smaller. So we have the scenario now where the ANC, to form an easy coalition, must talk to one of the bigger parties, and that's very much what I foresee.
Do you think the discussions about Ramaphosa's fate will happen within these 14 days before the assembly meeting?
I think the discussions certainly will happen. I'm not sure whether they will conclude. I suspect the ANC will probably go into that 14-day period with Ramaphosa as its leader, but it will be very tough for him to come out of that 14-day period for any elongated period of time, certainly with the kind of strength he had before. He was purported to have saved the ANC in the last election. He won't be able to rely on that narrative now, and it's a tough position for the ANC to only have 14 days to try and make sense of all of this. But what I will also say is that Ramaphosa's opponents, both outside and inside the ANC, will certainly already be thinking very carefully about their next moves.
And the other potential leaders who could replace him?
I think there are. Whether they enjoy the kind of public support that Ramaphosa does, to the extent that he still does enjoy that support, I'm not so sure. But clearly, ANC chairperson Gwede Mantashe is a figure that I would pay close attention to. Ramaphosa's deputy, Paul Mashatile, will, be considered as another option. So those are the kind of figures that I would be looking very closely to see over the next period of time.
Also, I don't remember, sorry if you asked
Sure.
already. The MK party, is it likely to form a coalition with the ANC, or should we just rule it out?
I don't think we should rule it out. Look, they were part of the same party 6 months ago. Former President Zuma has said that his whole aim is to rescue the ANC. So I wouldn't rule it out, but the question is whether the ANC will be able to stomach an MK coalition. My guess is that they'll start with the DA, but it's not automatic that those talks will reach fruition. And what I am fairly certain of is they will also talk to the MK. I wouldn't be under any illusion that they're completely ruling it out.
Do you think the discussions are already happening right now?
I do. In fact, they probably started even before today, but today cements that they have to happen. And I'm sure that the ANC is talking to the MK, to the EFF, and to the DA.
So basically, you expect the results to stay around the same?
I do. I think the only one that's slightly uncertain is the MK results, because we don't have past elections. But I firmly expect the ANC to remain in and around the 42 mark. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
No, you just repeated the question because I had already asked it. Oh, sorry. Spoken to an observer. Doing African Union observer and then I'm done.
Okay.
Really got an interview with him on tape, but I don't have his number.
Just a matter of
So can you drop down the light, change the position, and go up once you get the analyst?
Is that what you're saying? You're asking?
I'm asking.
Okay.
Drop now. We're looking for an analyst, and then go up as soon as we can. 5-10 minutes tops.
So you wait. Will your battery storage issues not be solved by that thing?
Not because I'm constantly have to run around. But that thing will help me because I have power close. You know what I mean?
To charge your battery.
Charge this one, get this one out, get another one. But
Bring it.
the watch one.
Then let's bring it.
Even if I bring it now,
It's not going to change
it's not going to change my problem because it's battery side.
So you need to change battery right now. So that's what I'm saying. You want to go down for 10 minutes to change battery.
Yes. You know what I want to do is I want to go now, change the background with you for the analyst. Only come up when we have the analyst in the battery. So that once you start your interview, I don't have to stop. Do you understand? Change background, change batteries.
The color of the lights, they're saying it's green. Then you think your iris again. Just like
But yesterday there was a mood of calm, if not happiness and joy, as people went to voting stations. And that was really important. Of course, there were one or two reports that came through of some tensions between political parties at voting stations, but that's something to be expected in an election period. And I think that sense of calm has prevailed through today, which is quite important. But there's also a lot of anticipation about the future of the country. Lots of talk about coalition governance, whether it is going to happen or not, speculation about results coming through. So I think people are waiting with a sense of expectation about what the next few days will hold.
I mean, this is a crucial election coming at a significant time in the country's history, celebrating 30 years of democracy. I mean, we kind of, have gotten the hang of this. And would you say that the election process, up until this point, has been a true reflection of the maturity of South Africa's democracy? Would you also then speak on, your observation of how the IEC has handled these glitches?
Well, in the last 30 years, not just this particular election, the IEC is one of the most respected public institutions. And there have been polls, for example, by the Afrobarometer report and others that show public perception enjoys a lot of trust in the IEC as compared to other public institutions. So the IEC has run elections generally very well from 1994 to now. Yesterday, yes, there may have been glitches that have taken place, but at the voting stations at which we were based, or our observers were based, the feedback was largely positive. Irrespective of the glitches, I think that those glitches do need to be ironed out. It's absolutely essential. We have a growing population, and by next election, there perhaps may be many more people in those voting queues. So the sooner we sort out all of these glitches, the better for democracy.
And what is the work of observers? That's my last question. Post voting day, I mean, what are you looking for right now to ensure that this election process is smooth, is democratic, is free and fair?
The voting process starts before an election actually takes place and concludes after an election takes place, not just once people have marked the X and the voting station doors close. It's the period that follows. So are political parties keeping to the electoral code of conduct even in this post-elections period? Are they accepting the results of the IEC? Have they displayed any sort of intimidation or violence post-election period? So I think the period for observing continues, if not in a formal way, wearing your IEC badge, for example, your observer badge, but in an informal manner. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that for any active citizen, the period after this is really defining how to hold whoever is in government accountable, whether it's a particular political party at a national or a provincial level. But even if there is a coalition government, how do we hold them accountable? So if we take, for instance, the example of Johannesburg as a municipality, I think in many ways we have failed to hold politicians accountable, and that has in some instances resulted in the mess that we find ourselves in the municipality. It's failure to deliver services. And at a national level, whether it's coalitions or not, we really need to define the tools of accountability more clearly, and perhaps continue urging citizens to get more actively involved post-marking their ballots as well.
My very last question, would you, from your experience as an observer, from talking to other observers, when you debrief, say this election process was handled in a free and fair way?
I think we are still going through all of our data that came through from observers. To give you a sense, out of the 550 odd voting stations where we had observers, our compliance indicator has been largely positive. So at least 465 met all of the compliance factors at these voting stations. At others, that doesn't mean it was non-compliant. It may have been issues like the voter scanning device or some or other small little issue playing out at that particular voting station. So the feedback has been largely positive. We don't have the capacity of the IEC, for example, to be at every voting station. Ultimately, they would need to pronounce on that. But from the voting stations where we had observers, it certainly seems that the voting process was smooth, obviously with some of the issues that we've outlined, like long queues, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it wasn't free and fair. So I think in this period, we're really looking forward to what the overall outcome of this election is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Okay,
That was
thank you.
brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Great picture.
Oh, nice.
It's a big picture.
You were live. That's a live.
Yeah, you're live.
Picture.
That's you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It went like all over the world. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Okay, nice meeting you. All the best. All the best. Thank you. Cheers. I will try. I will try. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay.
You want to go home?
No, I can't. I spoke to James. I called him. He said, Tony, can you just hang in there for another hour? Just another hour. No choice. You can go. He said he wants, they probably want just us, just hang in the live for another hour.
Okay.
But the interviews have been great.
I'm hungry.
I'm starving.
They don't serve dinner here?
Dinner is a long stretch. They do serve breakfast and lunch. Dinner, I don't know. Do they?
Okay, what about you? One pizza?
Yeah, pizza will be great. Please, pizza. What are you having? No. Meat. I want meaty stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get a chairman. Isn't empty. No one's going to take it.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. All right. You.
bakhoza. Babona khoza. Ayisazani madoda. Uyaphila khoza. Siyabona nisebenzile madoda nanga ama-results angenile. Ukokudlula loko kunye ebalulekile nayo. Yabona. Hayi no siyabona. Ebalulekile.
Okay. So, okay. Okay. So, but I can, okay, but it, okay. I can just keep it static like that. Ah, okay, cool. No, okay, no problem, Safik. So at some point, I will have a battery change. I think after about 15 minutes, I'll ask for permission for a battery change. Drop. Okay. All right, Safik. Cheers, bye. Okay. All right. Okay, cool.
personal growth. How are you? There's some questions that we can answer. Are you good, sir? I've seen you growing quickly in politics, coming together in this piece.
Hello? Hello?
Ngoba mina what I find ukuthi kahle kahle noma bengakutshelanga inamba yakho lento yama-alphabetical is very quick to find yes, yes. Yeah, and you get to the we'll see. Let's focus on the elephant. I want about that is called. Let's look at the election.